All right. All right, so we're cutting red heart. It looks kind of orangey. It's more red in real life. All right, we're going to cut out the mortise. So I'm just verifying the holes are centered, which they are. All right, and here's the shaft that we turned the other day. Looks pretty good. Got a piece of red heart here. The holes are already drilled. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. Hello, Angelo. Hello, Natasha. Welcome in. Well, you're not going to get hurt here. So, it's nearly impossible to cut your finger off with that unless you really, really, really wanted to. Scroll saws tend to make band-aid cuts. No, much safer than like a bandsaw. Hello, Scout. All right, we'll leave it at that. I think I'm going to jump over to, I've got some hard tiger maple. I have a fresh blade on here, so let's cut the real hard stuff first. Hey Jacob, how's it going? Hey guys, welcome in. So we're cutting 5/8 inch thick material right now. This is hard maple. It's curly hard maple or tiger hard maple. So we are making Turkish drop spindles that are used to spin yarn with. Hey Lisa, how's it going? Welcome back. Not a problem. Hey, KB. Hey, Michael. Yeah, so this wood is gorgeous. Once you put a finish on that, that's just gonna pop. Very, very corn cobby. Let's see. Have you tried to grab one out of the loom like the movie wanted? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Hey, how's it going, Cloud? GJ? How's it going? All right, we're going to have to run over. Going to have to grab a stand. We have a job that just finished up. So we'll change this over and then get back to cutting. So this is 1/4 inch Baltic birch plywood. Hey Jose, how's it going? Alright. So this is going to take an hour to cut out these. Oh, that's great. Sorry about that. Tighten this up. Ugh. Well, name, at least you got that going for you. Hey, thanks, Jim. Lots of years. Taking a lot of years to get here. Much appreciated. We are working on, well, fixing the stand for one. We are making drop spindles today. Zoom in here a little bit. I think that'll work. All right. So 5/8 inch thick, hard maple. And we're cutting these out on the scroll saw. Yeah, have a good one. Hello. Hi, FC, and hi, the Quran. Aaron. Hello, Preston. Is it Reshma? Hello. So the cool thing about scroll saw is you could drill an entry hole and then you can put the blade through it and make internal cuts. Right now I am using a number 7 PS Wood Super Sharps. It's a very aggressive blade. After I get done with like the hardwoods, when this gets dull, I will probably go to a number 7 Nikwa blade or Flying Dutchman. It's just these are really good for really hard material. Yeah, this is a single direction. So yeah, on the bottom you'll get a little bit of fuzzies to deal with. Hey, not a problem. Hey Martha, how's it going? Yeah, most of the time I use reverse tooth blades, but I kind of wanted the aggressiveness for this maple. What's the name of the brand of the machine? Well, this is a scroll saw. It's made by Pegas. If I can zoom out a little bit. Yeah. So this is a Pegas 21-inch scroll saw. It's a pricey saw. It's not the most expensive in the world, but it's definitely not the cheapest. If you're just starting out, I'd probably get something a little cheaper. Not a problem. Oh no, this is a straight blade. I got plenty of spiral blades, but I wouldn't use it for this. Hey Herman, how's it going? Have I ever considered using a table rod or a CNC? I think the biggest issue with that is just the time it would take for it to cut out. I mean, plus I can get more, you know, like these. I cut the center line in here. I would have to make a different, you know, obviously make a different file, but you need, you know, to have the diameter of the bit, so it would take up a lot more. I'd get a lot more waste out of the wood. Yeah, I do plan on all right, so Robbie says you could draw it in CAD and let the machine work away while you're doing other parts. You have a industrial one for your business, so it's so much quicker. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I got a laser engraver cutting out parts right now, and I've got 5 3D printers churning away too. These are used to spin yarn with. All right. Yeah, this is my business. This is what I do. Bonjour. Thank you much. Sorry, yo soy stupido gringo. No hablo español. And I know that's even wrong, which makes it even better. Use a handsaw? Like a coping saw or a fret saw? That's cool. Well, this gringo right here is, I'm making drop spindles that are used to spin yarn with. Wow, that's really cool. EJ, thank you so much. Do you need a hug or anything? Oh, you're gonna retract that? Probably a good idea. Sorry, I had to put you in timeout like the 5-year-old you are. You have a kids, your 20th, to be honest. I love to make wooden toys, and yeah, awesome. I've made a ton of wooden toys in my life. I used to sell wooden toys on Etsy way back in the day. Hello, welcome in. What's the best wood to cut thin so it won't break? Um, there's a lot of different woods. Squirrel saws make band-aid cuts, so unfortunately I'm not going to cut my finger off. You might see me grab a band-aid later. I usually nick myself usually about twice a year. Sometimes the blade will break and then it'll start tattooing on you. Well, if you're cutting something thin, you know, if it's something that you need a little bit of flex in, you know, like ash would be a good wood for that. I don't know. There's just a lot of variations out there. No, not really. Awesome. Thanks, Vince. So it's a reciprocating blade. So the blade goes up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So it's not going to be aggressive like a bandsaw, which just moves in one direction, which is also my favorite band. So that's way more aggressive. So you can cut your finger off on a bandsaw pretty easily with this. No. I'm glad Jesus does. That other guy didn't. Nice. I mean, it'll draw blood. Yeah, not a problem. Well, you can get a scroll saw. You can get used ones on Facebook Marketplace. You know, depending on what it is, you know, $50. This saw new is a little over $1,000, right around $1,000. Harbor Freight has a Bauer one, which is pretty good, and it's like, I want to say, the 250, 300, that kind of range. So, yeah, I saw it professionally. So I put a lot of hours on the saw. So it's cheaper to get a nicer one, so you don't have to keep buying saws after they die on you. And they come way more expensive than this as well. Hello, hello. I'm sorry, I only speak English. Do you have a foot pedal to turn it on and off? Yes, I do. I am running a power maintained foot switch. So a drop spindle came before a spinning wheel. Let me grab one. So you take so dangerous. Robert, are you scared of Band-Aids? So we're starting out with this fiber here. This is wool, and then you use the spindle to spin it into yarn. Yep, we're making Turkish drop spindles that are used to produce yarn. Well, I've been scroll sawing since 1987, and you know, I think I'm doing all right. Right now, Biggest Dickus, great name by the way. Silly Asadis. I'm using some PS Woods right now. The Super Sharps. This is a number 7 blade. It's very aggressive. This hard maple is pretty hard, so. I've just been doing it a long time.
Yeah, well, I'm not a professional, and I still have all my fingers.
Right? That's very true.
So there you go.
The Life of Brian is a great movie. Where's the fetus gonna gestate? You gonna keep it in a box? Oh, Stan. Yeah, these Super Sharps are a very, very aggressive blade. But I'm also old, so. Hey, Hidden Facts. We are making drop spindles for spinning yarn. Oh, you want to see me spin? Yeah, we can do a little spinning. So this is wool. This is black-faced meat sheep. All right, so we're going to spin the spindle, which is putting twist into the fiber. Now, if you look at wool under a microscope, it has a bunch of scales on it. So once you twist multiple pieces together, those scales interlock, and that's what gives yarn its strength. What I'm doing with my hands is called drafting. I'm defining the thickness of the yarn and how much twist is going into it. So I've spun a length. Hey, how's it going, Jose? And then we're going to store it on the spindle. I'm wrapping over 2 arms under 1, and then repeating that pattern. So this is a single. So most of the time when you look at yarn, it's plied. So if it was plied over itself, and these spindles are cool because when you're done, I do trim my nose hairs. Thank you for noticing. Right? Speaking of which, let's go check on the 3D printers and the laser engraver, see how it's doing. So we're about halfway done cutting out these top whorls. We got about 9 minutes left on these nitty knotties, which are also used for fiber artists. These are little brackets that hold on some metal rods. So it makes yarn. So you can use it for any yarn type thing you'd like to. Crochet, knit, weave. So I keep these older machines around that I make little sheep with that I give away at festivals, and I also include them with packages. So when you're done, I think I have some hand spun yarn here that we made. Yep, so I spun this on the spindles. And it's yarn. I mean, so how did I get started doing this? Do I know how to ball the yarn? Absolutely. Believe it or not, I was on Etsy. I was making wooden signs and wooden toys. One of my friends on there asked me to make her a spindle. So, like everything else, there's always a woman to blame. So I only originally planned, to make one. That's all right. It's awfully small, especially, depending on your phone. It can be pretty tiny. All right. So this is a Turkish spindle. I call it a deco because it's very Art Deco looking. Now let's run the rat-tailed bastard file through here. Yep, so I've been making these professionally. This is our 11th year. So this is kind of my day job. Not kind of, this is my day job. All right, next up we have a smaller one. This is a recall. It's just the model number. It is Vera wood with a red heart center. So it's laminated. How many of these have I made? Probably in the tens of thousands, probably between 25 and 30,000 over the course of 11 years. I make a bunch of different styles as well. All right, biggest. We'll catch you later. Yeah, I did laminate these myself. So when I when I get the exotic wood, these spindles here are a 1/2 inch thick, but the wood tends to be, between 3/4 and 1 inch rough. So I will cut it down before I plane it. So I'll have a chunk left over, and that's what these are. So a bunch of resawing. That was amazing, by the way. Oh, nice. Well, smelling like vinegar is bad, but it could be worse. You could be processing some blue jeans. No, my brain is not functioning. The blue dye for blue jeans, denim, indigo. Traditionally, indigo, it's usually soaked in a pot of urine. Mmm. Does it stink? Urea? Yeah, it stinks. All right. Cut out these. These are genuine mahogany. I'm done with this blade for now. We're going to switch over to a less aggressive blade. Still a number 7. Yes, my brain is not braining. Yeah, I've never played with indigo. I'm not a dyer. I did a little bit of dyeing with the spinning class from Olds College. I did the first year of that, so we did a little bit of dyeing. The master spinning class. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of toil and trouble with thing. Well, at least you're, around a big pot. All right, let's see. You're trying to make something on the wood lathe. You made a small baseball bat. It was pretty cool. Just have to watch your fingers. Yes. Yep. Got to watch your fingers. No loose clothing. Rings are a bad idea. Neckties are even worse of an idea. Hey, how's it going, Hadger? Oh, you have relatives in Nina? Yeah, that's pretty close. Long hair would be a bad thing, too. I used to work at a printer. I worked in a bindery, and a lady was operating a big drill press that would drill 3 holes in magazines so you could put them in 3-ring binders. And she had long hair, and she had a fan behind her blowing on her. She got sucked in. Not good. Careful, people. Oh, yeah. We'll leave it at that. Needless to say, I don't think she ever worked again. Anyways, this mahogany is this is genuine mahogany. This stuff is just gorgeous. Oof. Well, at least they got the finger back on. I played finger hunt already at factories. There's nothing worse than playing let's find the finger game. Yeah. We're probably going to jump on the lathe probably in about an hour, I would guess. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, multiple. Ugh. Oh. The first one I grabbed was mahogany, and like this one's really. What is that? This one is cedar. This is aromatic cedar. So we'll keep the moths away. So I think tomorrow, no, probably Monday, we're going to run to the mill and pick up some more wood. Your grandfather uses this to make little names for trains? Absolutely. It's good for that. Yeah, I have a little tutorial video of making a little lamb and a bunny for Easter. As far as cutting on the scroll saw, you know, putting the wheels on, all that fun stuff. All right. Have fun with your dyeing. Yeah. I tend to go off on tangents. TTFN. Alright, we're back to mahogany now. You're done dyeing? Good. Yeah, so this week I got hit with a couple wholesale orders. I had most of the wood, but I do have to go to the mill tomorrow and get some more. So today I should be recording a video about, I bought a little ukulele kit where you assemble it. So I was going to decorate it. It's going to be my first video using a laser engraver. And I'm working on it right now, a pattern. I'm going to do a Firefly TV show themed ukulele top. The kit itself is like $20-some. It's going to be a hanger. It's not going to be really a professional instrument by any means. I should at least play it on stream. Well, yeah, once it's done. We'll plink something out. I mean, it's got a plastic fretboard on it, so. So the neck is held to the body. They have one dowel that holds it together. And the dowel's off by about 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters. So everything doesn't line up. So I don't know if it's worth the time or effort to plug the hole, re-drill the hole a couple millimeters up to get it to match, or just glue it together. Can't believe we're making mahogany standards. Shouldn't wear gloves. Gloves and machinery tend to be a bad idea. Like this, it just reciprocates. It's just going up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's not going to like pull you in. But like if you're on a lathe or a table saw or a bandsaw, whatever, gloves can kind of grab on and pull you into machinery. Now, you guys are sitting at a little bit of an angle, so it kind of looks like my fingers are closer than they really are. So the big thing with the scroll saw is you have to let the blade do the work. You can't be too aggressive. This mahogany is pretty easy to cut. Hello, how's it going? So these shafts are hard maple. We're going to be turning them in probably about 45 minutes to an hour from now. I'm looking here. I think I got 13 or 14 more to go. Hey, Matt, how's it going? Pull this off real quick. Hello, Oregon. Is there a specific brand or model of scroll saw you can recommend? Um, it's kind of a hard one. You know, a lot of it has budgetary concerns. I mean, this saw here, this Pegasus, the 21 inches Pegasus, it's a beautiful saw, but it's also around $1,000. If you're looking at buying a new saw, there's a bunch coming out of China right now that's made by Chansen. So the Bauer from Harbor Freight, I think it's like $250. It's actually a very decent saw. I make videos with it over there. It's very similar. That company in China also makes Rikon. There's a few other brands. The new King saws look like they're coming out of that as well. If you want to buy something used, be very careful and make sure to see it run, touch it before you buy it. Because Hagners are made in like Germany. They're a very expensive saw. But you get one from like the 1980s, there might be some underlying issues you're not aware of. So you're like, oh, this saw's like, $1,500, $2,000 new. But if it's all messed up, you're better off getting an old Craftsman. I would suggest making sure you get a saw that has plain-ended blades. The pinned end blades, there's just a lot of limitations to them. They're a coarser blade. They have to be bigger to have room to put a pin in them, where the plain end blades just get clamped. So you could drill a very, very small hole to make internal cuts. If your budget's like $100, you can get a little Wen. It's going to take pin blades and pinless, but the pinless blades you're going to have to put an adapter first, so it's just going to take longer to use. Yeah. Now, if you bought the $100 Wen, instead of just putting the blade in like this, tightening it, and away you go, you would have to take the blade, put a collar over it, tighten that down, and then like hook it onto the saw. I've been using the scroll saw since about 1987, and I started out with a Craftsman. It was like a 16-inch pin-end blade, and that's what I learned on. I used that thing for years. How about the blades? Well, the blades come in a whole variety of shapes and sizes, so it's kind of like I recommend people getting like a. Most companies have multi-packs where you get a bunch of different sizes, different types at once, and then you can see what you like. I prefer modified geometry blades, usually with a skip tooth, if not a double skip tooth, which just means that instead of having... I'll be right back. Hey guys, how's it going? So rather than having... I am not an artist. So instead of having blades like this, where you got a teeth in there, now if you got a skip tooth, there'll be a tooth, and then a gullet, then a tooth, then a gullet, then a tooth, and then a gullet. So there'll be a hole between. You could start lunch whenever you would like to. Now, a double skip tooth, there'll be twice as much room between the blades. Now, the reason for having these gaps in here, it gives the sawdust some place to go. So these little channels will get the sawdust in and help eject it out. So I prefer a skip tooth or a double skip tooth. But it depends on what you're cutting as well. As far as the brands go, I'm not sure what we're making. Are you heating up the leftover pizza, or... I think she brought some ground chicken to work today. So we might be having chicken patties. Or it might have been ground turkey.
Maybe I should do the pizza. I forgot about the pizza.
Yeah, just warm up some pizza in the microwave.
Yeah, there's like three or four pieces.
I think there's 3 pieces left, that's fine.
And plus I got salad. I can do salad. Do you want salad?
Not really. I'm anti-salad. I enjoy being fat. Well, as long as it's in decent shape. So is it like a shop master? Make sure you look at it. Those older, well, the 16th, it's hard to. If you get in deltas from like the 80s to 90s, take a look at it. Grab the arm and wiggle the arms back and forth. They use bushings rather than bearings for the pivot points. And the bushings are brass, so they do wear out. So you want to make sure you don't have a lot of slop going on there. And depending on the saw, it might have a weird kind of clamp mechanism on it. Make sure that that's functional as well. Because Delta has been bought and sold multiple times over the last 40 years, so finding parts can be an issue. But you know, a lot of it depends on the condition of it. I mean, if it's like a Shopmaster style, like, well, the really old ones are 2-speed, and then there's one that's a variable speed. Those are like $100 new in the 80s. So it's not like a fine wine. All right, after we're done with this one, I am going to run over and check on the laser and the 3D printers. I think we've got a bunch of stuff that's done. I plan on being live probably for a couple hours yet. I'm going to be on here, and then I'm going to jump over on the lathe and start making some stuff on the lathe today as well. So, yeah. Hours. Alright, so this is the X-Tool S1. So it's a 40-watt diode laser. I also have a 40-watt CO2 laser as well. And then I have the X-Tool F1, which is a galvo laser. So it's also a diode laser and an IR laser. Alright, so we're going to be doing a full bed on here, so... Let's see, am I out of the way? What's that? Alright, so we have the new piece in here. Now we're going to measure the depth. So we're going from 6 millimeter to 3 millimeter. So it's going to probe it. Reset the probe. So there's the computer. That's what we're cutting out. So in between, we have little earrings, teardrop earrings in there as well. We're going to frame, so the laser is going to go around and show me where it's going to cut. As long as you can see the crosshairs, we're good. Alright, I'm going to click process. So what it's doing is it is sending it, it's showing you what you have, it's sending it to the printer, the engraver. I'm going to click start, then it's going to send a, so it prepped it, now it's going to physically send it to the printer. It's telling me to click the button, and away we go. So the vent for this comes up here, goes through that fan, and then out the side of the building. So I have 3 different lasers, so I got 3 different tubes running into there. Alright, we got a bunch of little sheep that are done. Those adapters are also done. Hey, Gustavo, how's it going? So with these older printers, I like to print skirts. So we print these little rings around the outside. What that does is it makes sure that the print head is primed. A little magic go-go juice on there. So this one messed up, so we're going to start over again. And I think it just needed some hairspray. Turn the bed up to like 62, 63. I'm gonna print one more. Come over here, we have some nitty knotties that are used for making hanks. So when you're done spinning your yarn, you wrap it around this, and then you know approximately what your length is. Yeah. It's in two. So there we go. Is it Traviette? My Russian is worse than my English. It says a lot. So this is aromatic cedar that we're cutting. So it smells like a hamster cage. So it's hard to tell with the angle of the camera, but this scroll saw is very angled. It's very pitched towards me. So things will slide off. So my other saw, I run flat. So when I'm working with stuff, I can just lay it down on the bed, but not on this one. So we have 3 shows left this year, 3 festivals. So we are building inventory for those, plus keeping the website full. I did have a couple wholesale orders come in a couple days ago. We're working on those as well. And then also keeping the websites full. We have a Etsy shop and also a Shopify store. Yeah, I believe we're about 8 weeks away from Wisconsin sheep and wool. And then after that, we have DFW, which is Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. And then we finish up our year in Fletcher, North Carolina. Right by Asheville, it's SAF. So that stands for what? Southeastern Animal Fiber Festival, I believe. A couple, just one. That feels like there. Oh, that feels like 3? Wholesale? Yeah. No, there's 2. There was 2. Milky and Susan. Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess it was one off. Hey, ABD, how's it going? What's your opinion on Ryobi and Dremel brand saws? A lot of the old Dremel saws don't take a standard 5-inch blade. They take a smaller blade. So you got to be careful about that. Otherwise, it's going to be hard. If it's a standard 5-inch blade, there's lots and lots of different companies out there. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck buying the Dremel blades. Ryobi, it's all right. You know, it's... It probably won't be the last saw you buy, but it'll get you going. What are you doing? You don't want it? Okay.
It's okay, but
Yeah.
I have one piece.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Red Baron is not my favorite.
Yeah, no. Definitely not.
Okay. Excuse me. All right, we've got one more cedar. It's got a 1950s Montgomery Ward saw. Says it needs a pulley though. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of those saws from the 60s and earlier, you're going to have a separate motor and then a belt to hook it up. It's not going to be one unit. So I'm a big fan of saws with double parallel arms. There's several different ways to. There's more than one way to skin a cat. If you're looking at some of the older scroll saws, a lot of them will just have like a really big spring on the top, and then the bottom will go up and down, and then it's going to pull that spring under tension up and down. So you kind of have. It's not an ideal way of doing it. And then there's like fixed saws too, where it'll be like a big C shape with the blade in there and a pivot point, and the whole thing will rock back and forth. With the double parallel arm, it takes that rocking motion and it makes it much more vertical. This saw, you can adjust how aggressive you want your cut to be. So, like the double parallel arms you're gonna find in like in the newer Delta saws, DeWalt. Well, this is Pegasus, and then King, and they're all kind of designed after Excalibur saws out of Canada. Oh, not a problem. You know, you might be perfectly happy with, something that I'm not interested in. It all depends on what you're doing. If you get the 16-inch Ryobi, you might outgrow it in a couple years, or you might not. It depends on how much you use it and what you end up making with it. So, this is a little dusty. I haven't been over here in a week. But yeah, this is the Bauer. So this is a 22-inch, right? So this is actually an inch bigger than my other one. But yeah, double parallel arm saw. So these, the bed stays stationary, and then the saw itself tilts. So there's a rack and pinion under here, which makes it really nice for cutting angled pieces, because you still have a flat surface. Like unlike some older, most every older saw will tilt. The bed will tilt, but then you're fighting gravity trying to cut. Where this style doesn't do that. I mean, a few $100s. Hello, how's it going? Welcome in. So, this is my new chair. Originally, I was sitting on that stool over here, but I decided to lower everything down and just sit in a nice comfy chair. I think I deserve it. So we're going to jump back with this Red Heart. These are, I call them gliders is the model. They're Turkish spindles that are used for spinning yarn. Yeah, so on the channel there is 3 different beginner scroll saw videos. As far as there's one that's like the 10 things I wish I knew when I started, and then I did a 2-parter with like a guide for people absolutely beginning on the scroll saw. We go over the saw itself, different types of blades. Just a lot of real basic stuff. Hello, how's it going? And how is Johan? So I'm just verifying that the holes are centered. It's not really an issue anymore, but it's a good check. All right, so we take blue painter's tape, put it over the spindle, and then use spray adhesive to glue the patterns on. That way you can just peel the tape off and you don't have any residual glue or anything to deal with. The reason we use blue painter's tape is it sticks out like a sore thumb. If I was just going to use normal masking tape, it'll kind of blend into like maple. So sometimes you won't see it, and then you go to put it on the sander, and then it's just a big sticky mess. So that's why we use blue painter's tape. It also helps lubricate the blade. If you guys could do me a huge favor and just double click on the screen if you're on a phone. Get some hearts going, see if we can get some more people in here. Unless you wanted to keep this a secret, that's all right. I thought it was worth a try. Thank you. All right, sounds good. I should be here for a while. I've got like 4 or 5 more to go of these, and then I'm going to hop over on the lathe. So I do burn all the scrap. So we have some very interesting fires at home during the winter. So does anybody have any exciting plans for this weekend? Any big crafty things going on? So I'm actually starting to feel human again. Oh man, the last like 3 or 4 days have been bad. Just really super dizzy and not sure why. Hey T, how's it going? So I was like working a couple hours, taking a nap, working a couple hours, taking a nap. And then with the wholesale orders coming in, I slept here one night on a air mattress just to keep the 3D printers going. So I got that going for me. So I do have a 5-gallon bucket next to me that I throw all the scrap into. right, we're gonna. Yeah, I got like 3 more to cut, and then we'll get the laser going again, and then we'll move over to the lathe. So the next steps would be to sand and balance this. And then we use a mineral oil base finish on them. And I will laser engrave the name of the wood, my name, and then the weight of the spindle onto the bottom. Thurman, how's it going? Welcome in. So in about a week from now, I'm going to be ordering the new Bamboo Lab H2. So a new 3D printer. It's just a little bit bigger, and it's got the ability to use TPU and PLA at one time, so I'll be able to. I got a bunch of ideas as far as making spindles go, where I can take a TPU core and build it into the spindle itself. So you can take the shaft off and put a different shaft on. And it'll be neat. We'll see how that works. Hey, Kay. But I'm not getting the snap maker version. I'm not getting the laser engraver and the Cricut machine built into it. Anybody who's run a laser engraver, you don't want that stuff in your 3D printer if you're laser engraving like wood. Yeah, I've got issues with machines that do everything. You can either have a machine that's great at one thing or a machine that's kind of mediocre at everything. Well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Alright, this is the last one. Hip, hip. I just feel spoiled sitting in a computer chair. We are a quiet bunch today. Which definitely makes it easier on me. I'm not gonna lie. Open that up just a hair more. So if you're just tuning in, welcome in. My name is Scott. Making It with Scott, this channel is a lot about beginner to intermediate kind of woodworking craft projects. I'm currently making spindles, which is my day job. It's just I feel like I'm a little bit behind because I haven't been feeling very well. So rather than working on a project this week, we're going to live stream and get some stuff made. All right, so we're going to jump over onto the lathe. So we're going to switch the laser over. So I do make laser engraved earrings as well. So I use them to in little areas, just so I'm making something rather than having scrap. So I do make a bunch of little orange slices at hotels. So this is a 3mm Baltic birch, or 1/8 inch. We're going to do a framing operation just to make sure that the laser is sitting on the wood. Good. Click process. We're going to wait a couple seconds here till it loads in. Click start. It'll beep and I gotta press a button to start it. Away we go. 27 minutes and this will be done. Alright, so I'm a little bit behind here. For some reason my phone stops showing stuff, so Thurman, William, Kay, Roz, and Andre, welcome in. So I just have to bring some cords over. That's a great idea, but I'm gonna not do that. All right, let's see what else going on. Yeah, I do some custom work, but yeah, I've got an Etsy store, and I also sell on Shopify. I do have a small brick and mortar here, but it's by appointment only. I do some limited wholesaling, and then we also do festivals. So I keep paste wax in here because I use that. So we're going to be making some Russian spindles. So they're supported spindles rather than a spindle that hangs in the air. All right, so this is cherry. So we're just going to mark the center. We're going to throw it in the 4-jaw chuck. All right. Yeah, it's actually in the tailstock now, just at a bad angle. I don't know if that's better or not. Romaldo, hello. Welcome in. Hello, studio. I am doing well. And how are you? So we're just kind of blocking in right now. Now I'm gonna just back off the tailstock, see how it's running. Looking good. Now we're gonna work on this taper. I'm gonna be using a roughing gouge. Template on top, see how we're looking. And we're gonna come in with spindle gouge. So we're gonna leave it a little thick on the end for right now, and we're gonna start sanding it out. So it's super hot in here. Well, it's not super hot. It's only 81 degrees outside. So it's probably 78 in here. So I do have a fan on me, so it is kind of blowing things that way. Which is fine, because I'm not breathing in over there, so. Alright, so now we're going to turn the speed up. We're going to burnish. A little wax on there. Hello! How's X doing today? Yassine, hello! So you see it's running nice and true. Right now the lathe is running at 3,629 RPMs. And it looks like it's standing still. I'm in America. I'm in Wisconsin. Oh. I'm not a big fan, we'll put it that way. I'm sure he's going to write a book about his struggles. Might have an issue releasing in Germany with the title, My Struggles. You like Trump? That's great. Where are you located? That's running nice and true. All right, now we're going to be making a maple one. I'm currently making Russian supported spindles that are used to spin yarn. I don't have my sign out either. I left it on the scroll saw because we just came from there. Is that legible? Yeah, I think that'll work. All right, so we got a little vibration back here. So I'm going to take the roughing gouge and I'm going to bring this diameter down to make sure that we're running true. If not, we're going to have to cut off a little bit and shuffle things down. And it looks like it's standing still. We're running nice and true. Hello, welcome in. I've got a water delivery girl. Thank you. What's that?
So I'm trying to get close to completely done. The next half hour or so that I can do.
Do you think you just can't put all the spindles in a bucket for you?
Yeah.
Water. Hello, Carlos. Rosario, hello. All right, now we're gonna bring the diameter way down on the end here, bring it to a point. Well, why would they say that I have the list on my desk and all of a sudden it doesn't exist? That's the big question. What kind of list? A list of co-conspirators. Hello. How's it going, Drake? Welcome in. So we're making Russian supported spindles. It's just the shape of them. Okay, I got a little line there that I'm gonna have to clean up. 1 second here, guys. All right. Yes, Josh. Always. That's very, very nice auditing. That's great. Hello, welcome in. All right. All right, so let's see how this one works. Spinning good with no vibration. So this is hard maple. Typically, these are typically made from birch, but I do make them from hard maple and cherry as well. So we're marking the center. So a lot of times, like when I'm printing out tools, I use very bright colors. That way they stick out like a sore thumb. If I'd print these out of like black, they would just blend into everything else. So by printing them in bright colors, it really helps. Hello, welcome in. I'm gonna back it off. Looks good. Uh-oh.
That's what we're gonna stop, right?
What? Well, that's a good sign. place my template on top. So now we're going to sand it out. So this part here is going to be machined again, so we're not going to spend a lot of time sanding that. We're going to get the shaft sanded down. Well, welcome back. How was your lunch? Good to hear. So I got a little aggressive and it broke there. It just broke where I'm going to be cutting it off. So we're just going to use some 40 grit sandpaper to machine it. Ooh, that's a big boy. Hello, welcome in. All right, we're gonna gather up some wood chips and we're gonna burnish. It's on the small side for you. Nice. I just can't eat like that anymore. Hello, Heinrich. How's it going? SD, how are you? Not sure who you're talking to. I'm American. That's why I have an outrageous accent. Well, make sure you eat a vegetable once in a while. Actually, ketchup's a fruit. Vinegar, fruit, and sugar. All the things a growing boy needs. Can we see it? Sure. Not a problem. Yeah, this is like... So we made 2 maple and 1 cherry. I believe this is the last piece of cherry I have, so I have to order some more. But yeah. Nowhere. Nowhere would be the correct answer. It's not even the most phallic looking thing I made.
Oh, really?
Let's try that again. Yeah. Right? So this piece got compressed, which it should have. But it looks like I didn't bring the center in. How often does it happen? Well, so far once. It shouldn't happen at all. I didn't bring the lie center in. Alright, okay, we'll see you later. Hello, welcome back, Rumpelstiltskin. How are you? Hopefully you witnessed me not clamping one down and having it fly off on me. Pretty good. Because I don't plan on doing that again. It really wasn't that impressive. But fun for all ages. Hello, Lucas. Silo? Hello. that area. Adding a little wax. So I'm supporting it with my hand while cutting it off on the bottom here. So we're going to go from 3,600 RPMs down to 0 in about a half a second. All right, now we're going to machine the end. Oh, I'm good. It's Saturday. How could I not be good? So I am wearing Bluetooth hearing protection, so I do have music in my ears. But I can't share it with you, otherwise, you know, they would demonetize it. I'm fine. Hello, how's it going? Hello, welcome. And with you. So we're turning hard maple. So I'm just bringing the diameter down so I can check to make sure it's running okay. Which it looks good. Hello, how's it going? Hello, Derek. Medina, how's it going? Welcome in. Hello. Hello, Brazil. Unfortunately, I do not speak any Portuguese at all. Hey, Jeremy. I'm actually making something different today. It's pretty amazing. Yep, we're making Russian support spindles. Yeah, unfortunately, I only speak English. Hey, Frank, how's it going? Hello, Slovakia. So what I'm doing is chocolate cake does sound good. So So I'm testing it now. I'm making sure that it's straight and there's no vibration in it. So that's running really good. Very happy with that. So this bowl here, I took 3D printing my waste filament. I melted it in the bottom of a soda can, and that's what this is. It works. Speaking of which, let's go check on the laser engraver and 3D printers. This should be done. Yeah. So we'll pull these out. Sorry. Easier said than done, apparently. Got little earrings in here. Alright, we're going to call this good. Got some sheep over here. Let's pop those off. So I'm making nitty knotties as well. We're done with this one for now. Sorry, guys. All right, we have a knot in the roll of filament. So we're gonna have to take that apart, unfortunately. Which isn't a big deal. Really? That should work. So I have to preheat this. We're just going to clip them up here. So it just got tucked behind. So we're going to unspool it. And then we're just going to re-spool it. Alright, we should be good there. We can get back to work. Hello, R and CS. Welcome in. There we go. Let's make a mess. Alright, so we're making Russian supported spindles. Hard maple. So we're just marking the center. So there was quite a bit of vibration when we started. Now we're going to look. It's running good. So we're going to come in with the skew. We're going to start forming the back. I'm going to be using this carbide circle to put a cove in here. So I'm not going for the final diameter just yet, but I'm going to adjust the diameter here, so I need that out of the way. Take another peek. We're good. Now we're going to check that diameter. Bring it down the side. Welcome back. Yep, so we're okay to sand out this section here. So we'll turn the lathe down. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming back. Much appreciated. Hello. Welcome in. It's only been 3 hours. So now we're just burnishing. Adding a little bit of wax. If I quit bumping the phone with my head, it'd be all right. As characters are the same, right? Watch him slowly go insane. I know it's hard to see, but it is spinning, and it's spinning nice. Slowing down, and it's stopping. Now let's see what we got done so far. So we got 5 maple and 1 cherry.
I don't know if that's better or worse, but I want you to be able to see the whole thing. All right. Hey Trina, how's it going? Then we'll back up the tailstock, make sure we're running true, which we are. Now we're going to transfer over some dimensions. And start digging in. We are making Russian support spindles for spinning yarn. Sure, yarn for crochet, yarn for knitting, yarn for weaving. So yeah, so Russian supported spindles, you spin them in a bowl. That little bowl right there. So this is roving, this is wool. So I'm just gonna get one started here. So you spin the spindle, which puts twist into the yarn. And now supported spindles you can spin really, really thin because the weight of the spindle doesn't matter. Now if you're using a different type of spindle where it hangs in the air, then the weight of the spindle is a determining factor in how thick you can spin. Hey Jacob, how's it going? So you could spin super, super, super thin. Like, really, really thin. So yeah, anyways, that's what we're making. That'll work. Not a problem. Are you a crocheter? Maple tends to have a little tweak to it. Oh, it definitely keeps your hands busy. Yeah, it seems like granny squares just appear for me. It's like, okay. Yeah, I tend to crochet blankets. I usually don't do granny squares, but this seems a little bit more feasible than knitting. I usually knit scarves, but I'll crochet blankets. Donovan, how's it going? I want to get into doing some amigurumi, but we'll see. There's always so much on my plate. You know, and crochet seems to be a lot less rigid. You know, you can fudge a lot more with crochet than you can with knitting. You made Pokemon for your friends? Awesome. You know, if you start spinning your own yarn, you tend to stop giving away your projects. My kids get red heart. I get alpaca, you know. It's just the way it works. How long have I been doing this? You know, I did some turning in high school. I didn't get a lathe until probably about 30 years, give or take. You know, if you can find the right venue, you know, selling stuff isn't a bad idea. But, you know, online it's kind of hard. Etsy seems kind of oversaturated with crocheted stuff at the moment. Seven years ago? Nice. Alright, we're gonna chuck that one back up. That's not bad. As long as you remember to clamp everything in, it's not so bad. I forgot to bring my tailstock in earlier today, and I had one get away from us. So this one wasn't running very well, so that's why we're redoing it. We're gonna see if it's gonna work. If not, this one might go in the fireplace, which isn't a bad thing. It'll keep me warm for a couple of minutes. Take two. Yeah, too much vibration on this one, fortunately. 100 years ago, this would have been perfect. Not today. So, we are making supported spindles, Russian supported spindles for spinning yarn. So that's what we're shooting for. Welcome back again. Let's see. The way people use things to weave is so strange. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, like tapestry bobbins? So they look a lot like spindles. Yeah. This is a wood lathe. This is a Laguna Revo 1216. Yeah, they look like little spindles. So this is a midi-sized lathe. So, you know, there's little dinky lathes, like little like watch lathes. Then you get to the pen lathes, then the midi, and then the full size. Yeah, I've been turning for quite a few years. I've been making spindles professionally. This is our 11th year. My girlfriend also works with me. She's currently doing an update on Etsy and Shopify right now. Hello, Anna Marie. How are you today? So I think we're going to pick one day next week, and we're going to live stream spinning yarn. Just hanging out, making some yarn. We're going to turn the lathes down and we're going to sand it out. Alright, now we're going to take some wood chips, we're going to hold it against the surface. So it's burnishing, it's just like a friction polish. Then we're going to add a little bit of wax. Oh yeah, burnishing like saves so much time. You know, I'm standing with 120 and then 220. If I didn't burnish, I'd have to go down to probably about 600 grit. If I quit bumping the phone with my head, that'd probably help. There we go. Girlfriend's going in and out of the door. Hello. So I hear the ding dong. Alright, so I want to make sure that this is running true. When I order these, I order them oversized so I can true them up. So I'm just going to take a roughing gouge and just knock some material off. Now we're going to back off the tailstock, just to make sure we're running good, which we are. Now I have the stick here. Hello, Ram. How's it going? It just has dimensions on. I'm just going to transfer them over. So I'm going to take this carbide circle and make a cove. My skew, I'm going to kind of make an egg shape. I'm going to use a caliper to get this dimension right. Come in here. Alright, then we're going to take a roughing gouge and start bringing this diameter down. Okay, I'm going to switch to the spindle gouge. Alright, you're going to come up to the top here, make a teardrop. So I'm just taking the skew and I'm just taking material off little by little. I'm going to give myself about a 1/2 inch thickness there to hold it. Alright, so we're going to sand this section out right now. I'm going to leave a little bit of meat there. We're going to sand it and then come back and redefine this little area here on the end. Stop doing that. Then we're going to burnish. Turn the speed back up. Little wax. Come back with the skew and we're going to refine the point on the end here. Just move up to it. Then I have this little TPU collet that I designed. That way I can clamp on this without damaging the wood. Hello, Shankar. How's it going? Emma? Eds, how's it going? Welcome in. So we are turning supported spindles on the lathe. These are for spinning yarn. Oh yeah, that's nice. Good. So, we've got a few made today so far. 8. So these are hard maple. I had one cherry one, but I'm out of cherry, so I'll be making a bunch of maple. So we have the center marked here. Get it chucked up. So my lathe this morning, I went through and I cleaned up my tool rest. I get paste wax because I use paste wax. I get it kind of on everything. So I went through and I torched everything and wiped all the wax off. And re-lubricated. I used some dry lube on my tailstock here. It's working a lot better. So everything should look pretty shiny today. All right. And how's it going? Welcome in. So if you guys are just tuning in, we are making supported spindles that are used to spin yarn with. Now we're burnishing. Hello, Ben. How's it going? Add a little wax. Then we're going to come up here and bring it to a point. Eduardo, how's it going? Welcome in. Hey, how's it going? I'm doing good, and yourself? Is it Larissa? Larissa? I don't want to slaughter your name too bad. Hello, Claudio. I'm doing good. I mean, it's Saturday. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon for me. Hey, Blackout, how's it going? Rafino, hello. Welcome in. I don't know. I think I'd go for Slick Rick before Diddy, but you know I'm old, so. It's paste wax, so it's petroleum. I've used beeswax in the past. You kind of have to like melt it down with some mineral oil, which is also a petroleum product, to get it to be smooth. Excuse me. Hey PR, how's it going? I mean, we have no problems with voting felons in, so, you know. Slick Rick would be right there for you. I mean, what did he do? I know he shot his cousin. I'm not sure if his cousin died or not. Alright, we're just gonna clean up just a little bit. Feeling like I'm getting a little buried, so. Hey, sis. How's it going? Yeah, that's a little bit for my sanity. Felt like I was getting buried. Emmy? Hello? So if you guys are just tuning in, we are making Russian support spindles that are used to spin yarn with. So this is what we're making. Hello, Indonesia. Hello, Germany. I'm like almost half German. My mother's maiden name was Krug. So I guess my mom was a vessel or a jug. Yeah, so my last name is Snyder, which is Dutch. And it's confusing because there's a lot of German ancestry here, so everybody wants to call me Schneider. I mean, it means the same thing. It's cutter, like a tailor. Looks like I'm making magic wands. Well, we could try it out. If I was making wands, it'd be very similar. I'm just making Russian-supported spindles. Right? So my father worked in a stone quarry. My grandfather was a mason. So I think I lucked out. I have nothing to do with rocks. Oh, we could do some conducting, yeah. As long as we stay in 4/4 time, I'm good. Yeah, I made a bunch of wands a long time ago. Seemed like the thing to do. I love how every picture you see of Walt Disney, he's just standing there like this, and they removed all the cigarettes from his fingers. Hey guys, welcome in. Let's get this one a spin, see what we're doing. A mason forms stones like you do with wood. Yeah, a little bit. That is a different kind of mason. That's one of those Freemasons. welcome in. Hey, ladies. Oh, by the way, Beastie Boys in my ears right now. I just don't randomly say, "Hey, lady." Although now I might start.
Are you sharp top holes in there too? Are you sharp top holes in there too? And they're also. That's not right.
I'll go. Yeah. Huh? What today? Okay. I heard you leave. I've seen National Treasure as well. Chachi in charge. So I'm using a caliper to make sure I get the right dimensions in there. There's somewhere out there, somebody's like, "You're using a skew as a scraper." And yes, I am. And the world is still spinning. Alright, we're going to sand it out. Turn the speed down. We're starting with 110, 120 for it. we're burnishing with some wood chips. Add a little bit of wax. Go. All right, we're gonna bring the tailstock up to try to match it up that way. So I've noticed, we are making supported spindles that are used for spinning yarn. I just noticed that this just started. My lathe isn't, the on and off switch is a little sticky. It's not really working right. There you go. Gotta get really close to your phone. Just click. See if you like it. Yeah, that's good. That's spinning nice. So I'm just clearing the wood chips off the motor. Not that I'm scared it's gonna overheat, but it's a good idea to not have it caked full of sawdust wood chips. So I'm just using a center binder. Hello. We call it the big guns.
that gooder or worser? So you can see how much vibration is up there. Alright, so we're going to back the tailstock off. See how it's running. Good. Hello! How's Caesar doing today? If you're just tuning in, we're turning hard maple. We're making Russian supported spindles for spinning yarn. But if you want to pretend they're magic wands, I'm fine with that. So we're burnishing. So we're holding wood chips against the wood. Adding a little wax. Welcome in. Hey Jason, how's it going? I'm just gonna say hello to Tam. I'm not really up on
My pronunciation. So we are making Russian supported spindles for spinning yarn. And the Russian just denotes the shape. Hey, Dash. Traditionally, they were made out of birch. I'm making these out of hard maple. Alright, let's give it a try. My lighting is harsh. Then it turns off the orange. Alright, let's see how many we got done. Hello, welcome in. I was shooting for 12. We got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 12 done. So, not too bad for today. Oops, let's check on the 3D printers real quick. I think we should be done. Come on. I just hit the button on my phone. Huh. Okay. What the heck? Alright, I can't see the screen, but as long as you have some motion, yeah, it's still working. Alright. So, I can't see the chat, but we'll sneak down and see what Vicky's doing. She's staining. Are you decent?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going down to the creepy basement. Vicky's lair. There you go. So hopefully it's working.
No.
I can't see the screen shut off. I have no idea. So she's staining top whirls. And then hanging them up to dry. And when they're dry, they will get glaze put on them. So, yeah, she's got her work cut out for her. All right, back up top. See if I missed anything.
Alright, guys, I have to use the bathroom. I will be right back. Hello, welcome in, guys. I'm back. We are working on Russian spindles right now, support spindles. We're making them out of hard maple. So we are spindle turning some drop spindles. Alright, we're just going to transfer over these dimensions on the story stick. Hello. Welcome in. If you guys have any questions, let me know.
accidents are fun. Adding a little wax. So I lost the screen on my phone. It's black. I have no idea what happened to it, but we're still streaming, so what are you gonna do? Hello? Welcome in. Yay, we've made it 4 hours. Hello, Tuna. How's Bluefin doing today? So I'm assuming that this is in the camera's view. We'll try it out. Yeah, I really can't complain. I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm not working tomorrow. But, you know, we've been on here for 4 hours. I got a whole bunch of Turkish spindles cut out. I got these cut out. I believe we're up to 13 for today, 12 for today. I didn't realize we were running out. Yeah, yesterday my girlfriend's like, oh yeah, we're out of the Russians. I'm like, ah! So we'll get some knocked out today. So surprisingly, my girlfriend is here working. Normally she doesn't come in on Saturdays. She's in the basement, she's staining. I was just down there. Looks like she's got her hands full. Yep, so this is hard maple. So, back which it is. These will never all turn out. It's just, wood's a natural material. There's a lot of internal stresses in wood. I think we lost 2 today. One was my fault, the other one just wasn't balanced. I don't have air conditioning in the shop. I'm guessing, I'm going to look. I think it's probably about 77, 78 here. So yeah, it's 79 degrees Fahrenheit in here, so it's not too bad. You be you, Ransom Man. Hello, Raphael. How's it going? Hey, Jose. I don't know, leggings are hella comfortable. And in public, you just have to pretend you're Steven Tyler, and then, you know, nobody will bat an eyebrow. Bat an eyelid. They don't bat brows too much. Hey Lex, how's it going? Welcome in. These are actual individual drop spindles. So these are for spinning yarn. But yeah, they are spindles, so they would work for a chair. Hello, Mohammed. How's it going? Yes, yes, we are. And yes, I do remember you. Although there's been several Mohammeds in here, so I think I remember you. A very small chair. Hello, welcome in. There you go, yep. Alright, this one's got a lot of vibration in. Yep, have a good one. So I don't think this one's going to be turning out. We'll cut the front and give it a spin, but yeah, this isn't gonna work. Hey Jerry, unfortunately I only speak English, yeah. That one's bad. Now it's really bad. Horse there or similar? Having a rough time here. My translation is not working. So, I don't know. We'll get this one good and tight. Hello, how's it going, Ghost King? Hi, Ender, how's it going? I hope you're having a stupendous day. simple shape, but it's very refined. Yeah. Oh, sorry. They can be Harry Potter ones. If you want to try to Leviosa something. They're actually Russian support spindles for spinning yarn. But they are definitely in the Harry Potter wand category. Just in case you didn't know, he's a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard. I don't know, for some reason that brought me to Goonies. Hey Ma, I like this kid. Test this one out. Yeah. Hello. Welcome in. Alright, this one has one bird's eye. Well, several, but that's the only one that's going to possibly be an issue. But it's in the meteor part, so it should be fine. That's the one thing about hard maple. It's kind of squeaky. So if you're new to the stream, my name's Scott. I'm a professional woodworker. I've been making these full time for, this is our 11th year. Me and my girlfriend both work on these. This channel is usually about beginner to intermediate craft projects, like on the scroll saw. And I have some lathe tutorial videos as well. Hey Milton, how you doing? Let's swap out my sandpaper. Hey David, how's it going? Welcome in. Making some wood chips today. Hey Pedro, how's it going? Welcome in. Howard, welcome. Hey guys, welcome in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday. this one is looking. Spinning nice. Okay, I've got one more to go here. I have to see if I have any more material laying around. This might be it. Alright, so I have the center line I haven't matched up, but I'm not putting my live center into it. We're going to start it up with it clamped in here and then put the live center in. It might be wobbly, but right now I have it set to the center of the whole thing. See how wobbly that is? So if I would have started and just put the pin in the center, it wouldn't compensate for that. So we're going to bring the diameter down and see if it's straight. Hey, thank you guys. Double clicking the screen does help. Hey Daniel, how's it going? Hey 49ers fan. We are making Russian supported spindles for spinning yarn. So we're making these fancy, if you want to think of them as magic wands, that'll work as well. Yeah, they're made to spin yarn with. So this is my day job. Normally with this channel it's about like making beginner to intermediate like scroll saw projects, craft type stuff. But the live streams tend to be me doing production. How's it going, Twisted Scratcher? Hey Matt, how's it going? I've been trying to Leviosa stuff with this for a long time, and it really hasn't panned out for me. It had to be said. Let's burn it first. Hey, thank you so much. Much appreciated. And hello, Momo. And again, thank you, Twisted. No? So this one was just about $1,000. You can get, you know, a beginner one like a Wen or like a Harbor Freight one in like the $200 to $300 range. A toothpick for a hippopotamus. You know, you can find them on Marketplace or Craigslist as well. You know, and just starting out, you can get a cheap set of carbide tools for under $100. Actually, the Harbor Freight has some like an $80 set with like 10 tools in, 8 or 10 tools, and they're not horrible. You just want to make sure you get, if you're getting traditional tools, you want to make sure they're high-speed steel, so that it'll hold on, hold an edge a little longer. You have a really old wood lathe? Yeah, so this is the midi size. So I could make things 12 inches long on this thing. So, you know, I can't make a baseball bat on this. It's just too small for that. So we are making Russian supported spindles for spinning yarn. So this is roving. Let me shut off my fan here. So this is wool. That's they gave a sheep a haircut. Then they picked out the nasty parts. Then they gently washed it to get rid of the lanolin. And then they carded it so all the hairs are in the same direction. So this is just a whole bunch of hairs going in that way. So you spin the spindle, and then you take that twist and you put it into the yarn. And this is not something I typically do standing up against a lathe. Hello, welcome in. There we go. So supported spindles are for spinning really, really fine. Because it's sitting in a bowl, the weight of the spindle does not affect the yarn at all. Where if you're using a drop spindle, you have to compensate for the weight of the spindle dangling in midair. So really, really thin stuff. Right. like a movie with Morgan Freeman. I don't think I have the voice for that. All right, I'm gonna see if I have some more blades in the back. I don't think we do. Alright. Make magic wands and sell them online. Probably can make some cash. Yeah, some people do that. Yep. Hey Joe, how's it going? So I did find I have a few pieces. This is beech. So they snuck this up before Budweiser bought it all. Hey Joe, hey Francisco. So the dimensions on this is a little bit too big to fit in here. So we're gonna have to bring the diameter down on these. Oh, I'm doing good. So we're gonna cheat a little bit. And we're just going to clamp in the spur. And then just turn it down so it'll fit in there. Okay, this center finder's a little small. So grab another one. This one's bigger. Sorry, somebody ran off with my hammer. Edmar, how's it going? I could use a little one, I suppose. Huh. Rubber mallet, but don't tell anybody. All right. So I'm just going to line up the spur. Pound that in. Clamp her down. Hey, Wood Nettle, how's it going? Welcome in. Alright, I am going to grab a face mask. Just in case, because I'm not clamped in on the lathe. It's just got that spur. All right, that wasn't too bad. So now I can clamp it in. That's really all I was shooting for. Hey, Jose, welcome in. So this is bigger than what I'm used to using, so I have a lot of material to remove. Alright, let's see how she's running. It's running good. So I have to make sure I keep this separated because I typically don't make these out of birch. Beech. I'm sorry, this is beech. Hey, Jesper, how's it going? Welcome in. What's that? That's amazing. There was a lot of stuff down there. Like a lot.
So spindles laid out, got the update done, and got the stake done. It's good. And it's almost done. Nice.
Here's one cherry, the rest are maple. I ran out of material, now I have some beech on the lathe right now. There's a spider web, I think. Hey, Angela, how's it going?
Spider webs that were forming down there, I knocked them down.
That could be one. Yep. We got a big spider web right there.
Oh, yeah, I guess we did.
Some spiders playing Mission Impossible. Alright, let me get this one done. I've been streaming for 5 hours. It sure seems like it. Alright. I don't know if I've ever made a beach one before. I think this is going to be the last one. I think Vicky's going to want to go home after this. She's been here all day. And it's dinner time. It's actually a drop spindle. This is not a drop spindle. This is a supported spindle. This is a Russian supported spindle. Used to make pens. Pens are fun. I haven't made a pen in a couple of years either. I mean, you don't have to clean up the mess, which is even better, you know? Heck yeah. Yeah, the slim lines, you know, you can get those kits pretty reasonable. Yeah, I tend to sell mine. If it's a slim line kit, you know, 20 bucks, you know, you're making, you know, pretty good money on those. Most people don't realize that, oh, you get a really nice, like, cigar-shaped pen or whatever. Oh, it's all fancy. And it's like 50 bucks, but it's like the kits cost you like 30 to begin with, so. Yeah, this is paste wax. So, yeah, this is the first time I've made one of these out of beech. It's pretty sweet. It's nice, it's straight. Yeah. They do not give exotic woods away, that's for sure. Harbor Freight has exotic woods. oh, your lathe was a Harbor Freight. One of the green ones, the Central Machinery ones, which were clones of old jet lathes. All right, guys. Well, I am going to clean up a little bit, and then I'm going to go have some dinner. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. Hit the cemetery and grave pallets. Very strong. Nice. African blackwood, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, like Verawood, Argentina ligamente. Actually, I have some of it. Right here. This is very, very green. I hope I'm in the camera. For some reason, my phone stopped working. So, yeah, this is really hard, really pretty. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes, when I'm like turning like ebony, it's like, oh man, it's scary to turn. It's so scary. Scary stuff. Yep, sweating bullets because it's so expensive. Alright guys, have a good one, and we'll catch you next time. Thank you guys for everything. And have a great day. Hopefully this closed out. Yep. Alright guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye.